Yep. Okay, I reproduce it on the command line. Now the question is, who's using it? Oh, it's telling me. Should NM should work now as well, because we do have debug symbols. I hope. Undefined. So if you compile something without -g, which I do have here, well, this is this is for the output of this command line, of course, is for this thing, but everything is compiled with debug symbols, so this one as well. Otherwise, you just use a read elf, then you get the symbols anyway. Just not debug symbols, but the real symbols. Like this. So undefined. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I would say, is this thing should be defined somewhere, and that somewhere is then just not linked. Is it not that simple? So I do grab sources for the thing. I just use this shit a lot of times. Okay, I think best way to do this is highlight an extern. I think I saw that somewhere. That gives us the type, and then probably it's just declared like exactly like that, right? And now without the extern. So this is the one then. And here's another one, but that's in tests. Check, let's ignore the tests, and the rest is again extern, except this one. What is this? It's also a test. Yeah, this must be the one. Viewer control. Where does viewer control? Where's, well, let's see if it goes into its object file at the very least. You'll be able to find that name. I guess that's called .o. Nope. Well, what you'll just look for everything. Everything.o. Still no. Maybe it doesn't compile at all. Absolutely nothing. Wow. So, well, not being compiled is one thing, but then it's not compiled apparently and not linked. What the hell? Now we are going to go to in the new view source code. It is quite big. And then we have, well, it's about this file, which really should be mentioned in the CMake file. It is, along with everything else. Why would it not be compiled then? Shitloads, yeah. Let's see. I'll just pick another one, which definitely should be included. Not this one. You can't have a view without that one. I'm doing something wrong apparently. Did I even compile it? Yes, I did. Okay, I'm getting desperate now. What about any.o file? See, it ends on .cwp.o. Oh, I'm so confused now. Okay, stop. I just stopped being confused. Yeah, it's not compiled. It's true. Of course, I did delete the whole build directory to start over, and then I compiled it, and it just stopped halfway because of the error. So it never got to compile that part. What a ridiculous error then. We have to go back to, I think that was the build here. Okay, so that means that whatever you're trying to compile here needs its own symbol, although I doubt that it should not be using it at all actually. Does this thing have a define? No. I mean define that tells us that it is a plugin. I don't think so. I'm gonna go back to LLView control was it? Of which .a. I don't know anymore. I just saw make again. So in this file, which is in new view, which we never compiled, the plugin is created. And then we call set user data path on that, which then sets something that we actually have. I think I just should pass gSavedSettings here. What is mostly puzzling me here is that some other developer wrote this code without realizing that it is one, not possible, and worse, that apparently never running into this problem. I mean, they're calling a function on a class that has no access to a variable that I have no clue how this can work, really. So that makes it harder to treat it. I mean, if you find a bug and you understand what the thinker was, then you can fix it. But if the bug is doesn't make any sense to exist in the first place, and it's harder. I don't think send message will use it. That's used everywhere, so they're just sending the message. Message set, okay. It is indirectly using it. It's sending a message where it tells whoever the message is sent to what the value of llplugin is, which is read from saved settings. Yeah, I can't do that. I'm just gonna add the boolean then here. Now let's keep as much as possible. I'm just commenting it out. Okay, and then update function, remember function signature, set user data path. Because I forgot what it was. Shift verbooslog. Okay. Mold is annoying. It wants to have a lot of things compiled with fpig. It's kind of strange, because that is not necessary when you compile with optimization. So what? llmoth, llxml, image, moth, libll window, again XML, again image. Now what is exactly the reason that these need to be a file system? The reason is that they are part of this compile thing here, of course, and that is doing an output to an SO. Yeah, hello. Can't disagree with that. That would be these things. And there's, well, there's a package, so these things. And maybe they don't need to be linked. Let's test that first. I bet this is again in the build directory directly. So I'm just gonna copy all of this. And we are in the build directory, so I can reproduce it, and I'm just going to delete. This is annoying. In fact, I do have a way to switch to a different line editor, but I cannot remember how. It just usually just happens accidentally, something. Okay, let's begin with just deleting everything, of course. Which starts here, huh? Oh, there was something else. Although I still have that in my mouse buffer. There's even more. I didn't delete image.a and libllwindow.a apparently. Sorry, the archives is what I just deleted. Static. Yeah, and then there was a dynamic after that. Probably need to add that here as well. Yeah, that one. It's just a shitload more. Well, I might as well move this one up till here and then delete all of these. I think I'm gonna do this. So libll image.a, where did it come from? That is LA image. Okay, so that, and then that, and that, and that, and that, and that. And I deleted packages now. My name is FireStorm. It's just a popular Second Life viewer and OpenSim. It's not really my project, although I worked on viewers for a long time. So I kind of know how it works. I'm gonna call this archives 2, I think. That was the image archives. That's not good. That was the first line. Pew pew. Okay. So I run make now. I get. We get complaints about, for example, libll file system.a. That one. So I want to remove that. I just try to remember it, which I removed. No, I can't remember that, of course. Do you know this one is gone, and that looks like there's a lot more gone. No, it's not. The ends here. Wow. And then it complains about math. Pretty sure you can just delete everything, probably. You just get undefined variables. Why are they even linking with the... Not really getting it. The thing appears twice. Seriously. Mesh optimizer, is that also twice the same thing? Let's move one of them. LLXML. Looks like everything appears twice. LL image. Probably the rest is also not necessary then. But let's try this one first. And still it's talking about libllImage.a. Well, it also appears twice. And this is twice. Yep, there's the other one. Also has to be removed then. Let's make this completely empty. And now we get libll core HTTP. And nothing. Well, that's interesting. I don't really see a reason why I would have to link with this, because it's just a shared library. It should link with whatever is undefined now. Right. So now I have to find out which things I removed. Which I can get, I guess, from the div, but the div will just highlight every line. Let's first remove the duplicates here as well, because that is highly confusing. those have been removed. While compiling this thing. Intra, of course. Okay, so why do I have two G streamers? Both 10. Gotta be kidding me. What the hell? What the shit, sorry. They seem to be very, very different. If you look at the size. No. Which one was I dealing with then? This one. So this is the one that is doing it. Adding all the stuff. And I guess it's the media plugin base. So then we get this same problem for every plugin, probably. I think the LL is just, you know, the placeholder for one or the other GStreamer. It's probably just going to be GStreamer. Can try to find it anyway. It's probably defined in CMake. And then something with GStreamer, right? So yeah, one of these two. Well, in this case, it should be this one. So you just make a library, which is an imported interface, and then they define it as System binary. I don't even know what this is doing. It looks like it's add something, but it looks to me that the whole Linux stuff is broken, because also this is only used when Linux is not. Well, Linux not, then they return. So this is just Linux. Maybe they gave up on Linux. I saw they only had one Linux developer in the team, and that person didn't even have an email address. It's probably hiding somewhere. So it's 10 without a leading 0 everywhere, but we still define this. Of course. Now, which is it? Use system binary or use pre-built? Oh, binary. Can't be both. Ridiculousness. Ignoring the XML2, which I didn't even see anywhere, I think. There's an LLXML, but not an XML2. Yeah, maybe it exists. Yep, it does. But they are not linking with it. Because it's not mentioned here at all. Right. Must be this one. Well, maybe this one. There's another one. No, I just looked at it. Well, this is the only one related to plugins. Plugin RP. That defines llplugin libraries, which is subsequently not used at all. None of this makes sense. This is not used. Actually, nothing is used. Nothing is used. Well, the last one is used. This is for the LL streamer. The media plugin base is something else. Let's add that. That will, well, something. Which one? This one. That is this. And then we have nothing at all. Nobody understands why this is all here. Or am I crazy? Maybe the use pre-built blah 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 is defining something mysterious that is used, but I don't see it. So let's comment everything out and then see what error we get. You get some errors. Yeah, it's the same kind of complaints again about stuff needing to be compiled with fpic. Here's the T-streamer thing. I never can find the -O. Where is the -O? There. It's just an object file. Oh, right. No, okay, so apparently because we include LL render ahead from, we need that, so that one of those is defined or something. I guess it does add something. It adds compile flags, apparently. Let's try to add. There's no LL render here though. Let me just try this two. See what happens. Oh, there's an LL moth. I might need that one. I'll just include a view. Do I need to configure again? I don't know. Here's the GStreamer again. And minus O is now for the .so, so linking goes wrong. And just linking. And we have a complaint again about LL moth. So apparently this was added, yes, by including it. Or was it? But I comment this one out. This is hi. Yeah, it's unclear what is going on actually, because two things seem to be interfering. Although maybe not really, because I'm getting a complaint about including llmath.a. Well, that's not going to be included by this. But one of these was necessary apparently to get a compile command line define included, which I subsequently didn't see. But it's compiling, it's just not linking now, so I would say the llmath that we see is not because I do an include here, because I'm not. Which means that it must be included by this. aka by this. Maybe I can just test it by removing this. Yeah, it gets more and more interesting. Because now it doesn't compile anymore. So the plugins, the dependency on that thing that I just commented out seems to normally cause the include directory to be added, which makes sense, I guess, but. Let's see if this is a target or not. I can even access it like that. No, not like that. Definitely not like that. See $, build here. No. Listen. No. What am I doing? Right, that works. Very good. Yeah. Probably too much work to try this. I'm just going to edit this file. Well, that doesn't seem to do anything, so it just sets a few variables. Where the hell is this defined? Or rather, why the hell is that not defined in the file that I just opened? Media plugin base. And I open CMake media plugin base. And then the thing that it should define is, well, no, not there. What the hell, man? Because this is where it is. No, it's not. Actually, it is. That's the one, yep. Maybe this is failing because it's trying to compile this stuff with fpic. What going on? This is so ugly. Define a header files, including what? This is not correct. CMake. You can't add a compiler flag out of the blue. But still not clear to me where then all those libraries come from. Yeah, unless I do more global stuff like this, instead of using targets as they should. Let's have a look at one of those things, like, I don't know, LL window is a problem often. So a lot of Linux stuff. Here's a clue. So they do use system binary first, and that can exit the whole file. So apparently then if it finds it, it stops. And otherwise we do this. It tries to use the system binary, doesn't exist, it uses the pre-built one. This deals with the SDL then, this whole file, and only for Linux. I would say that this, you only want to do this if you do the pre-build, not if this succeeds. So that should we go here at the bottom then? Okay, doesn't seem to be related. This is such old style CMake, really. It's really, really ugly. It is of course a very old project as well. I think it's from 20 years ago, so. That should do a complete rewrite, I think, for all CMake files. Yeah. What was it? There we are. What is going to happen if I comment this out? Maybe this is not correct that I wanted. The problem is that I would then include headers with possibly inlined functions or templates, obviously. And then I would compile those with fpic, position independent code. And then later load that as a shared library, as a plugin. And then link it at the runtime with the same thing compiled without pic. So then you have the same function compiled in different ways. Not sure if that goes wrong. It feels wrong anyway. Can't really think of a reason why it would go wrong though. Either it is actually inlined or already linked, or it is an undefined symbol. And if it's an undefined symbol, then we will link with the non-pic thing, but in the final executable. So then that's okay. Whether or not the effect of the function should still be the same. So yeah, you can have more than one of them, and then use one or the other in different pieces of the code. But in the end, the result is the same. So. I don't think it caught what I said, but okay. You could add a lib a interface here as well. But yeah, that would be a huge change. I would have to split every library into an interface and the whole thing. Well, really, I mean, trying to avoid making big changes. I think the better way is to just compile everything with fpic then. If I have to change everything anyway. If I did not have to change the source stuff, aka all the libraries, but just tell the plugins not to actually link with it, that would be acceptable. No. This is the horror of this. I have to fix that. Okay, different attempt. Just remove llmoth. What happens then? Still linking with llmoth. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's annoying. I can't test it like this. I really need to include of those things apparently. What the heck? Oh, in base, yeah, obviously. Yeah, and how these get dragged in, I have no clue. Oh, like that. Yeah, what? Well, it is a dependency of llplugin. Yeah. Do I need an indentation here? Yeah, probably. There's no indentation here. Really bad. Yeah, whatever. And the other one was XML. Yeah. LLXML or libLLXML. Also LL render. Probably just this one. Let's do that later. What? Did it already compile that? Oh, yeah. Right, in that case. And while that compiles, but it takes a very long time. Let's bring up it in order. Or bring in order, it's maybe an expression. Loads of those, yes, and then also shit here that really has to be changed. How many of these things do I have anyway? Gonna run a system-wide file find? Nah, just system, almost. Just look for these files. List.txt. No, not even that much. I think the alternative or the better thing was add compile, I think, options. Apparently. But yeah, it's not the right way to do it. If I change this, I might as well change everything. Gotta make it really correct. This adds a global fpic for probably just the targets below it, which is by design per file one target, in this case the LL common target. And it is a library, right? There's my add library. It's just a library, man. I have no idea what this is. I'll just replace this one line here and then. Afterwards you can recompile everything again, I bet. Let's just stop this. Each of these are for just Linux as well, I think. I forgot to change the target name in the previous one, I think. What the hell? Oh, fuck. No, not gonna edit all of them. What am I doing now? Wait a minute. Huh? This is good. I just edited that one, of course. So we need next. Tje. Oh boy. Well, missed one. What I'll do, yes then. What is this? No, of course. We still have those comments out. Yeah, I mean, why not? Yeah. Oh, fuck. I'll reset it. Maybe I should have done this just at one file. Okay, so yes. And then again. So this worked in release, and after my latest changes and or the fact that we use debugging, it does not work anymore. But I think I did get, no, we don't get anything. Well, I get a notice here, so libcwd is linked. They don't have any debug output at all anymore, it seems. Ouch. I think I direct all viewer output to debug channel viewer. Singularity. That's previous thing I worked on. It has viewer. So, I made a new system actually, where you can define the debug channels in the directory of the project. It's a little bit easier than having them scattered around like this. But how did that work? Oh, forgot. Maybe I used it for the last project. The previous project, like here. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, this one uses it. So I think this is the file that defines debug channels. So I need something like it. I don't have utils or this or this or this or this, of course. Copy it anyway to some file like wait a minute. This is top project. Top project slash So the only thing we have is viewer. I don't know. Put it anywhere. Do I have to export it? Maybe. Yes. Now we have our debug output. Still the same error. I just can't find it. It just cannot find libcwd or the libcwd. Yeah, okay. So I need to set an. Well, actually, I had expected to have an R path for that. Why do we not have that? I believe this project is explicitly disabling that. I saw that somewhere. It is weird in itself, but not that weird if you distribute it. Maybe they disabled it to detect problems like this. Like say, if I would distribute this and it worked for me because of the R path, then it wouldn't work for other people because, well, they have their stuff installed somewhere else, right? So that way I would notice it. But yeah, and debug build is just for me, so I would be happy with an R path. I guess I can use a environment variable in this case. And so where do we have it? We have it here. Lib should be the one. Yep, there it is. So we can now do export ld library path. Is that same thing, and then it should work. Yeah, let's add it, immediately to. Oh no, did that again. Let's keep it together with this. This slow startup is libcwd reading all the symbols, which are quite a lot. And now it works. Very good. Everything works. Then I have to commit my stuff. Active. Just to get add -p. I move this up. Oh, actually move this down, but it looks like this. This was moved up. Yeah. Oh, shit. What is the right word? Yeah, done. Well, not really done. Now I have to split all those commits up into branches and then do some pull requests without getting any appreciation. Hello, people. I mean, Mushroom. 185. Yeah, cool, man. You would appreciate me more if you were using Second Life and are a Linux user. Are you? We'll start with a Linux user. Are you a Linux user? If I do all this work with and create pull requests, then nobody's going to say, "Oh, cool, thank you." Nobody. I think they're just going to ignore me for a few years, and then maybe some of my patches make it into the project with my name stripped out. So sorry, invented it, or I don't know. The last 4 or 5 pull requests that I sent to FireStorm, only one has still had my name in, and the others were, I don't know. They were there, but my comments were not there. And I wasn't the author anymore. Yeah, well, the trick is just don't have Windows. Then you can also not watch YouTube on it. Plus, if you watch YouTube on Linux, then there is a way to get no advertisements at all, right? I doubt that you can do that on Windows. So I obviously did not monetize this. I don't get a penny, and I think YouTube still does advertisements, right? If you join my stream, how many advertisements do you have to watch? Just one at the beginning, or every 5 minutes, or what kind of crazy stuff are they doing? I would really like to know, because if people watching my streams are forced to watch advertisements, while, you know, like I said, I'm doing this for free, then I would consider switching to some other platform. I could just stream on, I don't know, Rumble. Yeah, officially you must be 18, I think, for a Second Life. But if you just say that you're 18, then get it anyway. But maybe you shouldn't, because yeah, it's adult, basically everything. You really have to try very hard not to get not to run into the adult stuff. It's possible, but and then of course Linden, what is it? Linden something, Linden Lab. They completely killed Second Life by persisting that it was intended or is intended for companies. They had this vision that every company would make a building and then had real life meetings in a suit with the tie and everything. Oh, that way, yeah. Well, it is old as well. But I was older than 20 when I started using it. But then, maybe, yeah, Second Life was, you know, it was more alive. These days, nothing is happening there. It's kind of slowly dying out, I think, you know. And Linden Lab is to blame. The company behind it. They destroyed their own product in every way possible. Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, I should make branches for the commits that I have. So right now we have, so the first 4 or 5 made it more or less into the FireStorm thing. Well, although, like I said, my name was disappeared, except for one. And these I never made pull requests of, and now I can add a few more. That is, if I do git k, then we see all the commits. So the ones that I added are these, and then yeah, all of these should be merged in the existing branches and or create a new branch. And I think it's pretty amazing that this is a browser that is supposed to be used by a pretty large amount of people, among which, of course, a lot of Linux users. But see what I needed to patch. It starts here. I started in 2023 and made it work. 2 years later, 2 years later, I can't talk anymore. 2 years later, so starting here, 2025, June 2025, I needed to make 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's no 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, maybe there's some merges. Just count them here. Update readme. I won't count that one. This is 1. Or is it bug fix in my thing? Yeah, that was a bug fix in my thing. It's still 1. This is 23. Readme build instructions. I think this is definitely was a problem for me. I don't understand why it would work for other people on Linux without this. So this is 2. Yeah, debug. They just removed the whole debug stuff. So I added it back, and then maybe they couldn't get it to work anymore. So this is just a patch that I wrote to get debug working again. Yeah, this is definitely also a problem. So that is 3 then, right? 4. Well, also debug related. I won't count it. Yeah, the whole pig thing. Maybe it's just five things, but even if it is just one, I mean, even a single thing would completely make it impossible for people to run the. Maybe if you use the GNU linker and you don't have the debug code and you ignore all warnings and you accept that the plugins don't load, then it more or less worked on Linux-ish. I'm using Arch. Okay. I'm slow now because I really hate doing this, but let's get it over with. That thing. Maybe we should put it in a file. Collect them first here. It's probably an easier way to just list them, right, than copying from git But how? The live description is the description below this stream, correct? I've been streaming for 3 hours, so that's old. I fixed everything now. Maybe I can't read. I can see that the linking issue has been... Yeah, well, I did. I was reading it wrong. Yeah, after this, yeah, I should... I don't see a reason to continue on the stream anyway. I just wanted to visit a few friends that are still... I haven't been logged in into Second Life for like 10 years. Well, that's not true, but only every now and then. And when I feel really depressed, I go there again to find some old friends. It's a strange thing that I had a beautiful time in Second Life and OpenSim for years. But yeah, at some point I just got totally bored with everything, and it floats on a fantasy world, like literally fantasy. And I started to look through the cracks. So in the beginning, everything was just the way I saw it on the screen. And that's how the world was. And at some point, I didn't see anymore what was on the screen. I saw the reality behind it, and then I lost slowly interest. Plus, it's just always the same thing. I mean, the community that I was part of did just one thing, and that was dance to old music from some 70-year-old DJ or something like that. It's not my kind of music. So if they would play techno or something like that, trance, electronic music, I would maybe still hang out there. Plus they were really bad with avatar proportions. So everyone looks like an alien or like deformed monster. And I want realism, so it's like, dude, your head is too large or too small, or your arms are too short, usually. And in the end, the only thing I could talk about was that. If I met someone who could potentially become a good friend, the first thing I would say, your arms are too short. And then they didn't like me anymore. So then I ended up having no friends at all. Well, except the really old friends that still knew me from the good times. But yeah, they only listened to music from the 60s, you know. And yeah, sometimes it felt like I was the only one with the creativity and humor. No, I don't mind making a joke if I have a public. If I have an audience, I meant. But after a few years, it also gets old. There were very, very, very few that, you know, made it balanced so that they would make also good jokes. Very few. And then after I lost those, somehow then it got just more and more boring. Maybe just should find another community, or like you hinted, because you say, yeah, I'm 20, not going to use Second Life, then what would you use? I mean, we are talking about a virtual world where you can create your own avatar and build anything you want. It's completely free. It's not a game. It's a meeting place for people, and you can look how you want. That's the most important thing. Is there anything else like that exists? I don't think so. Not that I know. I'm pretty sure I would have known if it did exist. Now it is true that they didn't go along with times. You know, you would think that if there was a virtual world where you can look like however you want, that you would look super realistic, like AI generated realistic. But no, you look like 20-year-old avatars, and they never improved it very much. It looks as non-realistic as you can imagine. It's absolute horror. It's one of the reasons I don't like it anymore. If you want to become a billionaire, then do what Meta was trying to do, but then make sure that people look really realistic, and they can look however they want. Then they look really, really realistic. That they didn't do that either. That is, in my eyes, the formula which will pull in the whole world. But the companies don't want to go that way. They want to have the money, but they don't want to make a world like that. You don't play games. I don't play games. I played Doom and Quake and maybe 3 others shortly-ish. I'm trying another game now, and people might have already just seen it on the screen, but it's boring. I don't think I will finish it, even though I paid for it. It's like 24 euros, this one. So I found it on, well, these are basically the games I played. I played Half-Life, maybe not even till the end, but still. I downloaded or paid for this, but never really played it. I tried this for 2 days and then got bored. This one was nice. This is not nice. Life is Strange is very good. I like that very much. This is never released. This I played halfway. This I played until I became a grandmaster, and then I only wanted to play against other grandmasters, and they slowly disappeared. So now I don't play it anymore. But yeah, Risk. I mean, it's just a board game. It's not really a 3D something. Life is Strange here. This one, I think. I don't even know the difference anymore. I went even back to playing Clash of Clans again. In the old days, I went till Town Hall 10 and then stopped. And now I started again at Town Hall 1. Now I am already again at Town Hall 9, but they increase it till Town Hall 17, I think, these days. So there's still a lot to grow. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I think he. I think what I got from Meta World is that they just majorly screwed up. It just avatars there also do not look very realistic. And you can't edit them, I think. You can't look like you want to. So, yeah, nobody goes, like I just said. What was the CC7 thing now? It's still this one. Fix uninitialized memory warning. But if Linden Lab would not have killed themselves, shoot both foots off and destroyed everything, they could have been exactly where Meta World wants to be. The only thing they would have done is listen to the people and hire some good coders instead of firing the best ones. And be more adult-minded, what people want, instead of being corporate-minded. And then the whole world would be using it. And by this time, of course, they could have changed the whole thing until do something totally realistic looking, instead of 20-year-old looking. Yeah, exactly. So why not just build that then? When I was working on Linux Viewer 3 years ago, I actually had something in mind like that, like, I make my own 3D engine and then from there we can make something that looks realistic maybe, but it's just way too much work for one person, especially for an old person. No, hopefully you didn't forget any. I think this was the first one, suppressor bogus warning. Yep. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I guess I have them all. Then next we need to decide which of those can be merged into the existing branches. I think the update of the CW thingy that I had here, this one, that can just go into this one, right? Can go in here. And we have a clean state, so I can just switch. Git cherry pick. It's still modified. That's funny. And now it's clean. Yeah. Okay, so that one was now added. I'm just going to move it down. Maybe even add to which branch I added it. So yeah, it is now part of this, which is now merged. So we still see it here now. Yeah, it's just the same thing. So nothing to do about that. No. You say the world nowadays is much more business corporate focused. That's not true. That's why LinLab wasn't a success. They never listened to the people. They made Second Life with the 100% the idea that, at least that was their business model, was that the virtual world would become big in between companies. They thought the money is with companies, so we'll just, if we get all companies to be interested and a company to needs to be in Second Life like they need to be on the World Wide Web, that's where they saw their money. And when it turned out that 99% of the people that came to Second Life had ideas that are not safe for work, they ignored that fact. They just completely ignored it. They more worked against it than with it. But okay, they did so many things wrong. Like also in terms of coding, they had horrible coders, and then maybe 2 or 3 coders that were reasonable, and they had a lot of good coders from the open source side, but those were treated like trash. Like we were. I mean, I was working there as well. I'm a good coder. I wrote awesome code. And then they just, don't get me started. It is that I did convince the open source manager of Linden Lab, who was actually directly connecting with open source people in world and everything, and he realized that I was a good coder and others as well. But yeah, even though he was a manager inside Linden Lab, he still had not enough power to go against the management. We were just complete idiots. So it happened, for example, that at some point I fixed a long-standing bug that was very hard to find. And then this manager, they just didn't want to merge it because it fixed it, but if you write code that they don't write, some external open source dude writes a patch that they couldn't find, that cannot be anything. So they look down on it and they're not interested. But the manager knew that I probably would have fixed this important bug. So he said, then what needs to be done? And then they said, well, we can bring me in contact with their top coder. And so the top coder came in with his avatar in world, and we went together to test this. So I convinced him that at a certain place, and I do this or this, and now you see your avatar becomes invisible, and then apply my patch, and then try it again, and then your avatar stays visible. And okay, so he was convinced, and then he went back to the management, I guess, or the real project leader, and then he said, yeah, well, it works, and then they merged it. And I had another patch with basically the same complexity and size, but that could not be demonstrated. It was something that had to do with memory leaks and memory safety and stuff like that. So it is a big improvement without it you could see it, unless there was an actual crash bug. But this open source manager pushed it through. He said, like, Alaric wrote it, so it's just merge it in, damn it. And they did. But they didn't like it, and nobody, all the other coders that, or at least one coder that was really his field, I guess, he didn't like it. And then they got some other bug, of course. They introduced bugs all the time. And then this coder that I never had contact with, somehow there's a big wall. Their coders were not allowed to have contact with the open source coders. And they would work and work and work, and then throw over the wall millions of lines of code suddenly that the open source coders had to deal with. We didn't even get to commits or anything, at least not in the beginning. It was almost impossible to keep up with that shit. And there was hardly any communication. But okay, in this case, so they had a new bug, and this programmer said he blamed my code. So the stuff that was merged because open source manager insisted on it in my name was blamed. And then the open source manager came to me and said, yeah, he's blaming your patch for this or that. And I said, that's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. But they removed my code anyway. So I had this beautiful code with a lot of lots of effort. It was accepted or merged. Then they removed it again because some coder between quotes thought it was causing their bug. And then it turned out to not solve their bug. So the bug they hoped would go away by removing my patch was still there. Do you think they reapplied my code? No. So they didn't want it in. When it was added, nothing changed. Then they blamed it for nothing and removed it again. That did not fix it, so they were wrong, but they refused to remix it in again. I mean, loads of stuff like that. The opposite of being appreciated. Or, yeah, we wrote a lot, we being an open source team, we wrote a lot of patches for them. And then it really improved the code. And then after a half a year of hard work, they threw over the wall a new code base, basically. And then they had not applied any of our patches. 0. And then everyone was like, yeah, what the fuck are we doing then? You know, we work very hard and they don't even use it. And the only way that we could, had a chance to our work, for our work to be used was to redo it. So we had to reapply all the patches to the new code base. Test it again, everything. But yeah, no, it's ridiculous. And then there were like 1 or 2 good coders, and they would have sneaky contact with the open source coders, and we appreciated them. So if we found a bug, a serious bug, and we really wanted it to fix, then we could contact this coder. And then sometimes he would understand that it was such an important bug that it really had to be fixed. And then, we had an insider, and he would apply the patch for us, basically. And at some point, they fired him. That was the best coder they had. Yeah, absolutely crazy. I need to decide on another one. Get branch. What is this? Can I do a show on that? Yes, of course I can. Oh, okay, that's not related to what I thought. Suppress a bogus warning. It's probably a new branch. README. This could be merged into that. Yes. Oh man, they non-stop. They did non-stop things that were horrible. It's amazing that they survived this long. What shall I add here? README. Do I have not other README updates? Their code was or is probably absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. At some point I revamped the whole networking code for one of the open source viewers because I left, of course. I didn't work anymore for Linux Lab after 2 years or so. And then I went to work for the open source viewers. So I rewrote everything that had to do with the HTTP-based downloading of stuff, networking code. Turned out they had up till 7-fold duplication of code. So the code that did more or less the same thing, they had 7 copies of it. It was a complete nightmare to refactor that. Took me a whole year, 12 months, to refactor the networking code. And in the meantime, the open source viewer that I was working for, the project leader got mentally ill or something, or sick, and she resigned. And then things were taken over by almost teenager dude that he couldn't code at all when he was 18 and joined the project. And then I had been his mentor more or less for a few years. And now he was promoted to the one to the project leader, basically, to the one who was doing the merges. And he felt after those 2 years that he could code better than me, so he didn't like me anymore for telling him that certain things were not good. And he didn't merge my 1 year of work. So I worked a full year on it, and then I gave it to him, and he had no time to look at it and review it and merge it. So yeah, I waited a whole year. And then I left that team. And then that team was mad at me for leaving. You believe that? Being open source coder is very, very unthankful. A lot of time. Most of the time, actually. That's why I only work alone these days. I don't like teams anymore. They had that viewer had another very good coder, by the way, very good coder, and that's what I like to have in my team. People are so good that you can just blindly trust whatever they do. So if he wrote a few thousand lines of changes and committed it, I wouldn't look at it. I would be like, oh, thanks, great, man. And he would also accept everything I did. He was working on graphics, so he made that viewer the fastest viewer with the highest frames per second. And I am the networking guy and robustness guy. You know, I made everything just work, even if you make big changes. And the networking make the networking work better, etc. He was maybe influenced, or at some point he questioned something. I had written something, put it into the viewer, which was quite a big change. And then he felt like maybe it would be slowing down his code or the viewer in general. So, but instead of removing it, well, he was a really good coder, so he didn't have to do that. Instead of removing it, he wrote a lot of code to test the speed of my code, maybe to try and prove that my code was slow. But the result of that was that my code wasn't using any CPU at all. So then he was convinced, and he just dropped it. So my code still stayed in, and it just wasn't a problem. Nah, yeah, learning experience, I don't know. I was already beyond learning in terms of coding. At most, the learning experience was don't work with teams in open source projects. I would like to work on an open source project with just people that you don't have to review, that never write bugs, only improve stuff. You know, just someone who just doesn't make any errors. If everyone on your team is like that, then you can do great things. But as soon as you have people that make stupid errors and break things and just are just not good, or just really bad, basically. So nobody trusts each other, and everything has to be reviewed. And if it can't be reviewed or understood, then they rather don't merge it in. Yeah, that's not working. I had that in some other branch already. Which branch? Or maybe one of the branches that is gone already. Probably. I'll add it to this one because that's the reason why I need it. Although I think they added it as well. It's almost unbelievable that they would have done that without looking at my patches. Because it's secretly only needed for libcwd. But I did it anyway, except for one file. That one file is this file, so maybe I should make a PR of that. Yeah, this one, I would like it to have it included upstream, but it doesn't hurt them, so they probably don't want that. They don't want to do that, even though it's super logical. And I only need it because I added the debug stuff back, so that would be maybe 5, or again this one. I think this one, but I think this one really only deals with, let's see what it was. Get show maybe, is it more than one patch? See, it only deals with auto-build.xml and nothing else, I think. Oh, actually it does. But, nah. Hardly. A script and build system. I'll just add it to this one. Dude. Yeah. My mouse is dirty or something. Okay, what was this? Merge. No, not push alert. That's debug code. Debug code. So yeah. Can I add it to this? What the hell? Oops, that wasn't the one. I did that one. Fix compile errors. Oh yeah. No, might as well add that one as well then. No, we're just gonna start at the top. I think the rest needs to be a new branch. Or maybe few can be combined into one branch, but at least a new one. Sorry, let me read what you wrote. Arch, yeah, well, Arch is the crux of Arch is that if you install it, then you have nothing. You install it, and then you have the absolutely bare minimum, so black screen basically. And then you can build it up the way you want, but only if you understand what you want and how to add it, of course. And then they have a wonderful wiki that explains most of those things, but especially the whole boot up stuff and the you know, encrypted hard disks and partitions and stuff like that. It's pretty hard to wade through. So I think you indeed first should become very familiar with Linux before switching to Arch. And by that time you can probably answer that question yourself. If it is if you want it, you know, long term. Maybe it's not worth it unless you know already a lot, but on the other hand, you might want to switch to it if you have the time to put into it. So if you say, you know, I have a lot of time and it's my hobby, Linux, and I want to spend a lot of time learning this and become really good, then Arch kind of forces you. You just can't get anything to work without reading up on it first, and then that would be worth, you know, the knowledge that you get from it. But you still have to put in the hard work and the time, of course. So if you don't have that, then I wouldn't use it. And then you ask probably a stupid question, but why can't you just merge all changes to master branch if they all work? Because master branch is not mine. The master branch is the master branch of upstream, FireStorm. And if I want to make a pull request or ask them to merge it into their master, then I have to split it up and I have to make branches. So I make a branch that branches for master, and then I can make a pull request for just those fixes. And then I look at it one by one. If I would make one big change, like everything is an alert, then they would not merge it because it's just a lot. And this way they can, well, cherry pick it, what they want. Plus I have stuff that I don't want, like they don't want this, they don't want this. They don't want this probably. So I split it up in branches so I can make a PR request, and it's easier for me also to merge little bits, all the branches. And then what I use is the merge of everything. So Alaric is just a merge of every branch together. It's not a C orange, it's just a new orange. What am I doing? Nothing. What? It vanished. Okay. Dot build instructions. But did I not type that correctly? That suddenly doesn't exist. Oh, fuck me. I am on the wrong branch. We're on master. Yeah, that's not going to exist then. Let's switch to lyric. Get, well, merge, I guess. Dot build instructions. Okay. Did I already do that? Nobody understands it. Six nine seven three. Build instructions. Oh, I could use my view, but I'm not. Why not? It's just way too much. I don't see it. View. New view. Dot build instructions. Apply. No commit selected. It's sure not getting this. Oh, there it is. Add build instructions. So this is part of this one. Add support to libcwd. Doesn't seem to be part of a branch at all. An invisible branch. No, it's in this branch. Add cwd support. That contains that commit. And then I want to add this one, which is not in that branch. Yep. Do a status just in case. Okay, git switch. Sorry, which one? Applying means a cherry pick. Yeah, the reason I did 2 shows on a row was just to look if they are in the same file or not. Then I would have combined them, but they were different directory and everything, even though they were both Python files. No CD. Did I already update this file again? It is 13. Uh, 12 is also not here. Added to 13. And the regex. Added to 12 to strip. It was? Okay. I'll see you around. I'm curious though, why this trim is very useful to you. You learned Git commands, or good to hear anyway. How shall we call this one? Alert 14 something, and I'm going to add this one on initialized memory. Okay. Yeah, it's maybe an ancient workflow, but it's definitely useful. It's all what I use is command line stuff, and then if you work from the terminal, then these are the commands that you definitely need to know. I do use a lot of aliases though as well, right? I mean, I type GS all the time and stuff like that, which is just a bash function, which searches for words basically in my in all files that s returns, which is also an alias. I rather which s, I guess. As itself is a find command, which I crafted manually, which then prints all the files that I want to search and do ctags in. And then I also use that in another bash function, etc. You can build a whole. You can hold your whole IDE basically can be bash functions. So I made a whole system with loads of bash functions and environment variables. Like I have this one is always defined in every project. The repository base and the build directory, which is dir is actually not that old. I only started to use builder since a year, I think. Before that, I didn't have an environment variable for it, but it's quite useful to have one. You can always join my project. I don't believe in it anymore when I say that, but I keep inviting people, and then sometimes they join my Discord, and then you'll never hear from them again. Or they stick around, but they can't code. And yeah, I was saying I don't like work with teams, but if I'm the one who has all the control, you know, like the Git repository, then I guess it will work. I'll just tell you, okay, you write your stuff, I do the reviewing. If I write something, I just merge it. No reviewing has to be done. That would work for me too. But have a nice day. I think I should go out as well, have a walk. Walk half an hour. It is Saturday, and often I buy ice cream, so I could go for a walk half an hour and then end up at the place where they sell Italian ice, and then I eat that, and then I'm happy. Except I didn't take a shower for 3 days now. I hardly dare to go outside, let alone enter the ice cream shop. I would literally have to take a shower and shave first before I dared to go buy ice cream. Now you know why I don't have a webcam. I'm not super ugly or something, but taking care of myself is a whole different thing. Maybe I should. Shall I go take a shower and then go buy ice cream? I have to take a shower tomorrow morning as well, though, because then I go visit my dad. The only thing you need is a perfect memory and an IQ over 130, preferred over 150. And then in 1 year time, you can do everything I can do. I mean, if you say the code I write is not useful for you, then that's not an argument. For example, I was working on a C++ formatter, right? There's no code involved designing that. We could have a discussion about it on Discord about how to write a C++ formatter without writing code. It's just the idea, you know. My personal idea is to divide the code into what I call the non-overlapping areas. That meaning that, well, they do overlap, but say you have an area like this with code, then you can have another area inside of that overlaps, of course, but not in the same way as this would overlap. You know, if one starts here and ends there, and the other one starts here and over there, they partially overlap. So overlapping means fully overlapping, and then non-overlapping means that the whole code is divided into parts like this. And then, of course, each of these, completely inside, that you can have other stuff. And I'm desperate to have someone to discuss that kind of stuff. So at least no C++ knowledge is required, other than having a bright brain and good ideas about how a formatter could or should work, even though you can't write it. I can write it. I just need ideas. And I had a sub problem that I asked other people to join me with, but they were not interested. Which it's mostly ideas, you know. Once you have analyzed the whole problem and you have it on paper without having written any C++ at all, then writing code is easy. But yeah. Maybe I shouldn't. No, just kidding. Yeah, Discord, I have a fixed invite. It just doesn't even change anymore. Let me get it. Discord. I know this. There's Discord, okay. And invite people and copy it and paste it, and yeah, that's my Discord server, completely void of anyone. It's almost private because well, I don't like private messages, but you can talk in the general or an off topic, and then it's still private because there's basically nobody else there. At least they never chat. Trying to close this again, and it doesn't want to close. Why? What about escape? Escape works. Okay then, see you around. I think I'm just gonna quit now with this. I'm getting tired of it. You think you don't? I don't. Yeah, I see someone called almost your name, but not quite. The 185 is there. Okay, you too.